No, yes, no, I was so. But I mean, I ain't seen the news already. I told I'll look at, I'll let you know. I got some. Tell me, so you can always go. I couldn't even imagine how you did. How would you?
Would you lead the prayer, please?
Thank you, Judge. We also, people last week, there's, Mr. Abraham Cover, who talked to the landwagon, and family, and then also, Ms. Gill, who talked to the judge, but didn't teach you very much.
No, she ain't done very good.
He talked in English.
Yeah.
But anyway, Ms. Gill, 90-some-odd years old, I talked to her, I love her. She was a great lady. Also, Sarah Johnson, who works at the health department, her little boy Miles. She and Nathan being prayer.
Bobby, also, we lost Miss Foster also.
Yes, we did.
Ms. Foster. Yes. Ms. Foster, it's just meaning, and if you tell, I'm fighting the crowd, thing you can crowd, and a lot of people are doing it. Being healthy, I'll pray for my road crews. They're out there where the water hits the wheel. Kind of crazy. We've driven up down the county road. We don't get on the interstate, but thank goodness. The county road is still crazy. So be a prayer to them. So let's pray. Lord, we thank you for the day. We thank you for the blessing that you've bestowed on all of us on this county. Lord, we just ask you now as we come together, may the court, may all of us that have a portion of society, what needs to be done to change county. May your wisdom prevail in all things. Lord, we lift up these we mentioned this morning that have lost loved ones, those that are just suffering. Lord, may you guide and direct, and may you first of all help us to be a help comfort, but only you can help them grace. Be with them, give them peace. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Ron. Doing some pledges.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. See. We have several citizens' comments this morning. And I'll remind you have 3 minutes to make your comments. And I got this fancy little timer up here, so I'm gonna set it and it goes off. You'll be done. I'll let you wrap up your sentence and be done. We're gonna start with citizens' comments. Gerald Bird, 5.8, 5.9. Gerald Bird. He's coming, okay. Yes, sir.
We've got the echo on the,
I wonder where that's coming from. Yeah, would you make sure to tap on that? There's a switch on it, and you pull it towards you. Are you here for the, you want to address court at the public hearing
Yes, sir, regarding,
at 10 o'clock? Okay, I'll set you aside and we'll come back to you. Okay, our echoes. I will find her in a minute. Curtis Cooper, Senior Citizen Project. Good morning, sir. You want to wait till we get the item? You want to speak now?
It's your choice.
If you'd like to speak, go ahead. You got 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Curtis Cooper. I'm with the DC Galveston here in Huntsville. And I'm on behalf of Chuck Wimple and the HGC Board of Directors. We want to talk about the Senior Citizens Program here in Chambers County. We want to be here as help. And we understand that they're going through some distressing times. And we want to assist them to try to be a productive organization. Our main goal is make sure that seniors in this county get served.
And we appreciate it. Appreciate you being here because it's ours too.
And just last thing I want to say, just to show our support, we have our Chief Operating Officer, Olivier Pujo. We have our
Good morning.
Services Director, Juliet Stepich. We have our internal auditor, Charles Hill, and we have our internal auditor, Jonathan Morris here.
Okay, if you guys want to just wait a few minutes. I'll get through these citizen comments. We'll get to your item pretty quick in case there's questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Eccles, did she show up? No. All right, Lori Guidry. Good morning, Lori. Councilman Guidry, Councilwoman Guidry. Okay. Commissioner Snack, you gonna wait till I? Yeah, he's gonna wait.
Yes, so 5.8, 5.9.
Yeah, got you. All right, Wes Klinger Jr., Wes here?
He probably won't wait till his item too.
Bill Chandler? Good morning, Ms. Chandler. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Is this working?
Tap on it. It should be on. And,
Yeah, it's good.
it's good.
I've lived in Rivers County for over 25 years. I am here to discuss my appraisal form document. And it is very, in the past, my home value has been equal to my market value, and that has also been always equal to my proposed taxable value. This year, it's all different. This year, my tax market value is include my house and my land. And my land has increased from $20,000 to $75,000, even though it's just my 1 acre homestead and it's land. My homestead cap value has increased also. Like last year, it was the same as my home. That's great. It means that I should have had no taxes. However, I did. This year, my homestead cap has increased to $269, which is over my home value. So the way I look at that, y'all owe me some money. So, and then it has, so my market value has supposedly increased almost $300,000. That's my new land price in my state, my same home. Down at the bottom, those are supposed to all be added together to get my total proposed taxable value. They did not fill that column, that total in. They left it blank. They made a whole new column over here and put that number in that column. And then they dropped that $269,000 down to my proposed tax value. What I understand you're supposed to do is subtract my exemption from my home value.
All right, Ms. Chandler, if you can wrap it up. please.
Okay, they didn't do that. They made my taxable value the same thing as my land and my home. It's incorrect. Sir, this form has very many problems. It is incorrect. Down here where the tax, this is all very confusing. Nobody looks at this. They switch these percentages for the tax rates according to how much they need and the value over here. This is wrong.
Okay, have you been to the appraisal district?
Sir?
Have you been to the appraisal district? No.
No, sir. I
Have you
have
talked
not.
to anybody? And Aaron, would you step outside with her and kind of go over that with her if you don't mind?
Yes. I
Aaron's the
would
county
appreciate
auditor. He can maybe help you out a little bit on that.
that. Okay, sir, because this is incorrect.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Fine, I see Dr. Eccles. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, commissioners, judge and commissioners.
Okay, so you want to wait till that item comes up?
Yes, please.
Okay,
you.
we'll put you aside then. All right, Raymond Anders, box site closing, license plate readers. One Raymond.
Oh, I had two items. You want me to take care of both of them while I'm up here?
I do.
All right. First of all, I'm here on behalf of the Chambers County Fire and Rescue Association. And I'd like to thank the court for the consideration of the funding and the patience in this responsibility. I know that was quite an ordeal this year. But with this increased funding, we'll be allowed additional savings to the county homeowners insurances by giving the fire departments the resources to increase their ISO ratings. This will also give the ability to replace and upgrade aging fire apparatus, engines, and water tankers. This will also give us the resources to consult with or hire grant writers to help in securing outside funding grants for our fire equipment. This also allows us to continue to provide fire and rescue services to our districts and to mutual aid all the departments within Chambers County. And we thank you very much for your patience and consideration in this issue. We will put this funding to good use. And the second item I had was concerning the box sites. Yeah, I'd read in the paper that Commissioner Court was considering the closing of certain box site locations on certain days of the week. But we haven't seen any signage of this on what the schedule is going to be. The residents are driving up to these box sites preparing to dump their household waste, and the dump sites are closed. And I don't know of anybody that knows what the schedule is. Is there any way the county can put up signs and communicate this to the newspapers and social media? Secondly, on that issue, concerning that, I heard that the county was going to purchase license plate readers for the box site locations. And if this is true, to be able to monitor the vehicles going in and out of the box site locations, if we do ticket people who are not in the county or don't have Chambers County license plates, then I'd ask the court to consider abolishing the Chambers County resident waste sticker program. Thank you.
Thank you. Georgianne Kraus. Good morning, man.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I understand y'all are not allowed to speak to me and answer questions, and it seems like I have a lot of questions. But I understand you.
We'll try to get you there.
Oh, okay. I noticed on the estimated proposed form 2022 value of my property was an increase of 21,190 for the dwelling, and I made no improvements. And it's my understanding that unless you improve your property, the taxable value is not supposed to go up. I had a friend that her land went up $55,000 with no improvements. And so I'm a little confused about that. I'm trying to do my own research to find out the answers to my questions. The estimate of property taxes, of course, went up. And the result being, even though the value of my dwelling went up, my estimated tax is less in 2020 than in 2021, and that's like a miracle. I wonder what's going on. Does the county need less money from taxpayers? Maybe because of the population growth and influx of many new properties to tax, has enriched Chambers County, and its old timers can get a tax break. Another miracle. Here is my definition of freezing taxes. A person turns 65, you look at their taxes and you freeze them. Why send out statements of exemption changes, new property values, etc.? We are old, easily confused, which you probably agree with. Now I want to refer to something posted by the Seabreeze Beacon that explains the new system. This means that at the new discount, seniors who owns property valued at $250,000 pay zero taxes. And those that live in homes valued more than $250,000 will only be taxed on the value exceeding that threshold. That sounds really good. In fact, there's a statement here. Chambers County Judge Jimmy Sylvia says this is a great way to put money back in the pockets of Chamber County residents and will help increase the financial security of senior citizens. So, okay, I'm sure everybody here has heard of Miles Middleton, and he has put out a warning to those of us that are 65 and older and all Texans, that Texans will be taxed out of their homes. And he has introduced a House Bill 3127 to make those corrections. So I'm confused. Is what we've got going on a good deal? Or is there something going on that I'm not seeing clearly, and we will continue to have our taxes go up all the time? So I want to know what's frozen. So I'm doing my research, and one more comment I want to make is that there was a amendment or a proposition on the last voting time that we had. And it had to do with taxation of people 65 and older. It's totally confusing. I read it and reread it and reread it, and I still couldn't figure it out. And no one I've talked to could figure it out. So when things are put on the ballot, they need to be very clear and understandable for us old folks. Okay. I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Aaron, are you still out there? What, he run away? Hi, is Wes Klinger out there? This looks like it was email or fax. Maybe he just wanted to make a comment, so I'll read it if he's not here. It's against removal of the signs. The county does not have the right to destroy signage that has been used by a citizen of the county for 37 years or more. If the signs are removed, they must be preserved for further use on private property. The right-of-way law must be equally enforced for all those in Chambers County. I think I covered it all. So that was Wes Klinger, public comment. All right, let's go to the senior citizens, and then I'll come back to the fire department. Comments. 1.2, discuss and consider state of the senior citizens project for Chambers County. Samantha?
Hi.
Morning.
Hey. Okay, so as you guys know, we've been on a little bit of a roller coaster ride over the past couple days with this. I do, after having spoken with HGAC, feel like we have the opportunity for a path forward that's going to be really successful in partnership with HGAC and the Senior Citizens Project, Chambers County stepping in and assisting with that. So what I'm going to actually ask you guys to do today is to postpone this item so that we can go next door, HGAC, Senior Citizens Project, and myself, and have a conversation about what our path moving forward is going to look like. And then we'll come back to you at the next court with that decision, if you guys are amenable to that.
Yeah, that's fine. And this, I mean, it's just an update anyway. So
Yes, it's just an
we can
update. So
table it and put it back in the next door.
that's what I would recommend that we do so that we can have that conversation and figure out what our best step moving forward is. I don't know if any of you guys want to speak, or you just want to go next door and us talk and we can come back. Okay, so they're amenable to us.
Dr. Eccles, anything you want to say, add to that? Okay,
I represented the elderly citizens in Chambers County for 37 years, working in HGAC.
and we appreciate it.
And the Chambers County Senior Citizens Project.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I'll be over there when you get to my 9 other
Thank y'all
items.
for being out here today. I know it's a
Yeah.
long trek out from Houston. So.
It's our pleasure.
All right.
I'll be next door when you get to my.
I'll wait and get you. Okay, so we'll table 1.2. And let's go to fire department. Remind me where it is.
Oh, fire department. I thought it was under,
There it is under 10.1. Discuss consider funding the Chambers County Volunteer Fire Department 2023. That's public comments. Fred Johnson.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
Fred Johnson, Hancomer Volunteer Fire Department. I've been in Hancomer Fire Department for 30 years. Seen the county grow, the fire department grow, and that's through funding that we get from the county. We do try to do fundraisers, but a lot of times that doesn't really cut a whole lot of money. We do appreciate the raises every so often when we get them, and here lately they've been a lot. But with the county growing, all the fire departments countywide, we're being stretched because some of us don't have the funding to be able to get more equipment for our responders. So we can't bring any more volunteers on if we're kind of limited to where we're at and getting newer equipment. We've been fortunate. I've been out pounding the pavement, bought some newer trucks to us. So any kind of funding that we get through the county is very appreciated. And not only do we help this county, but natural disaster, we've been everywhere. Hancomer have, we've been to Louisiana, we've been to Galveston, you name it, we've been there. Livingston, just trying to help the citizens. That's what we're here for. And we want to grow because I want to retire one day, but I don't know when. But with all the commissioners and the county judges and the citizens of Chambers County, we can grow together and help each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. And just for the record, that we have funded fire departments over the last 5 years. We've gone from 35 to 65,000. So, and glad to be able to do that. All right, Brent Hahn. Where's Brent? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Morning, Your Honor, Commissioners. My name is Brent Hall, Assistant Fire Chief for the City of Mont Belvieu. I'm here to speak on behalf of Mont Belvieu Fire Department and the City of Mont Belvieu. We appreciate the funding that the county provides us. Would like to ask for consideration for some increased funding because we did intake Old River in our response areas. And last night at our city council meeting, the discussion between the county and the city for the funding was tabled with further information needed moving forward. So just wanted to pass that along and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you. All right, Councilwoman Guidry.
Thank you for having me. I kind of want to just explain a little bit of what the council did last night. We want to be able to help everywhere we can, and we understand that Old River has a need for us to be able to provide service there. The challenge that we have as council is any additional funds that we have to spend of our taxpayers' money to service another area is something that we, through our fiduciary relationship and our responsibility, can't justify doing. So we need to kind of talk about how we can make it to where it's a zero cost to our citizens to be able to provide the service to another area. We certainly want to help with mutual aid. We want to do what we can, but we still have a responsibility to make sure that the, 45 cents, 47, 44, 45 cents per $100 value that we're getting from every resident in our city is used for our citizens and not elsewhere. I know that the volunteer fire departments do an incredible job, and our fire department is voluntary, but all of our equipment is provided by our tax dollars. And then we also have benefits for our volunteer firemen that is paid through our tax dollars. We hope that we'll able to talk with you guys and come up with a situation that will be beneficial to the people of Old River and that we can then turn around and explain and justify to our citizens.
Thank you, man. And I don't know if you can come up with a cost that it's costing you to cover Old River or not.
That's a discussion for y'all.
Okay. I think, did I miss anybody? think I got all of them. There was a lot of forms up here. I hope I didn't get them messed up, missed somebody.
Good, I'd like to go ahead and increase it to 100,000 for all the fire departments within Chambers County. And I think that would be equitable for.
Well, hang on, let me get a second. I mean. Motion by Commissioner Gordon, second by Commissioner Knight, go ahead.
I think
Commissioner
that
Gordon.
would be beneficial for Mount Beverly as well, I mean, that way our tax dollars and everything being utilized.
You can't hear Commissioner Gordon? I see Sue doing that.
We got a new mic system. Well, I mean, I don't talk very loud anyway, so.
Yeah.
Speak up,
Commissioner.
Like I said, ever since I've come on the court and the court has worked very well together to increase the funding because I'm a small businessman. I mean, I see the increases in maintenance and fuel and everything it is to buy equipment. And this extra 20,000 that we are increasing to all departments is a note on an apparatus. May not be a brand new apparatus, but it will be a new apparatus to these departments. So I mean, it is. We're very blessed that we can do this because a lot of counties don't even do this funding. So
That's why it was quick for me to second that because working with the volunteer fire department and knowing the inflation that we're all dealing with, whether it's our own household or even getting the equipment, is the costs are just through the roof. So protecting our citizens is first and foremost with all of us up here. So it was easy to second that motion, commissioners.
May I ask what the motion was? I think.
All right, so the motion was to increase funding to all fire departments to $100,000. Right now, we're at 65, and it's proposed in the budget, I think, to go to 80.
yes.
And he made the motion to go to 100,000. So, and I don't know what my Bellevue's spending out in Old River, but I would hope, that would cover it. And we've given Mont Bellevue, even though fully funded by the city, we continue to give to the volunteer fire department all these years.
We appreciate y'all assisting.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Things change from point A to point Z. Our initial understanding.
Okay, we're not gonna get into conversation, Councilwoman. All right, so I got a motion and a second. Are there any other questions or comments?
Yeah, how many stations are
there?
That would have been an increase of over what we already done, really, of 180,000 coming out of 091.
180
Additional above
the 65?
above the 80.
Above the 80 that we had tentatively approved in the budget, that we hadn't approved it yet, but that's what was proposed.
It'd be 180 more when you give 20 to each one.
So total increase for this year is, next year, $35,000.
$35,000 times 9, right?
Yes, sir.
So that kind of exhausts that fund too for future projects.
Yeah, I'd like to see what it looks like on paper. I mean, what it really does to the fund. Make sure
So
we're within
91?
our means and we
No,
can do it.
Where's
Yeah.
Aaron?
We're good.
I know, but we've been picking on that for a whole lot of things.
Yeah, we discussed it during the budget workshops. I know, I can't remember the numbers and I don't know where Aaron went, but I sent him off and he stayed gone.
Our auditor ran off, I guess he's out getting some tax breaks.
We ran him off.
Would you like me to find the auditor and? He's working for the appraisal district.
I mean, it's up to you, Billy, if you.
I mean, I just want to make sure we can afford it, that's all.
And we can. I mean, I would tell you that we've got a healthy balance in the health services sales tax. No pun intended.
And I think 300,000 of those funds actually do come out of the general fund. So I mean, all of it, 300,000 comes out of general, what Ron explained to me.
Yeah.
But we're proposing to fund the Mont Bellevue upstairs out of that same fund too, right?
Mont Bellevue.
Yeah, the
Yes.
addition, right.
Yeah. All the
I
increase.
mean, I know we just talked about a lot of different
Yeah.
things coming out of that fund.
Yes.
And I haven't looked at it. I mean, y'all might have, but I haven't.
Yeah, you may not have been here when we talked about it.
We can discuss it. I mean, it's a healthy balance in there. And I mean,
I got a motion and a second.
Judge, can we wait on our auditor to come back?
Sure.
Bring us back in a few minutes.
Yeah, well, we can hold on voting on it till Aaron comes back in. All right, 10:04 a.m., we're going to go to 5.8. Public hearing regarding the NRG Cedar Bio 5 LLC Project Moonshot Tax Abatement Agreement. It's 10:04. As I said, we're going to recess out of regular session of Commissioners Court, going to public hearing at this time. BJ?
Yes, good
morning.
morning, Judge, Commissioners. This is a public hearing that's being conducted for comment on the tax abatement agreement that's been proposed between NRG Cedar Value 5 LLC and Cambridge County, where there are Project Moonshot project in the Project Moonshot 2022 reinvestment zone.
Okay, I got two public comments. Gerald Bird, excuse me. Yeah, I got it. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Okay, sure. I'm Joe Bird. I'm here on behalf of NRG and their Project Moonshot, and just kind of reiterate the salient points of Project Moonshot. It's a 690 megawatts proposed natural gas fired combustion turbine electric generating unit proposed to be constructed within Chambers County's jurisdictional boundaries at NRG's existing Cedar Bayou complex. If approved, the project would commence construction in January of 2024 and complete in December of 2026 at an estimated cost of $564 million. It would create 18 new full-time jobs at salaries above that of the county's average weekly wage. And it would retain their existing 55 jobs at their Cedar Bayou complex right now. We really appreciate all the consideration, discussion, potential support from you, Judge Sylvia, and the rest of the county commissioners. I know we've been talking over the past few months regarding this, and it's been awesome to see that. This project is really big, not just for the local community here, but for Texas as a whole. 690 megawatts is a lot of added capacity to our power grid, and it's natural gas. So we've seen a lot of wind and solar developments here recently, which is great, but they're dependent on weather conditions for their electric generation. But this is natural gas, so it's reliable, it's callable, it's not dependent on weather conditions, and we desperately need it here in Texas. So we really appreciate all the consideration of potential support here today.
Thank you, sir. Hi, Commissioner Snack.
I think Mr. Bird covered everything. I don't know that you need to hear anything from me, but.
We always need.
Not to see it though, Russ.
Hey, Judge.
Questions were.
Judge. They've applied for a permit and everything looks good on the permit. As far as drainage, everything else goes. So that should be working down through the pipe pretty quick.
All right, you couldn't hear Mr. Bird? Mr. Bird, will you come back?
Yeah.
Just hit the highlights, please. You may have to pull that up. Try it. Try it now.
It's 18 full-time jobs.
Is it picking up?
Yes, ma'am. No, they're retaining 55 of their existing employees on site. It'll actually be 500 construction jobs.
Just let him hit the go ahead and hit the highlights of your presentation.
Yeah.
So everyone can hear it, if you don't mind.
So
And if you got questions, you can meet somebody out in Howard.
So it's an estimated cost of $564 million. They would start construction in January of 2024. They would complete construction in December of 2026, start operations in January of 2027. They would hire 18 full-time equivalent positions with full benefits and healthcare. And they would pay those employees above the county average weekly wage. And they would commit to retaining their 55 jobs that currently are at that Cedar Point complex. Yep.
You done?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Fine, Rusty, you don't have anything?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, BJ, you're back up. Anybody else in the public here would like to address the court? Okay, if not, we will adjourn out of the public hearing at 10:09 a.m. Go back into regular session. BJ.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Commissioners, what you have before you is the.
And we're gonna go to 5.9, discuss, consider, sorry, the NRG Cedar Bio 5 LLC Project Moonshot Tax Abatement Agreement.
Thank you,
Now,
Judge.
BJ.
Thank you. What you have before you is the actual tax abatement agreement, which embodies all of the terms that were approved back in July. Just to reiterate the nature of the project, 670 megawatt facility, 564 million capital investment, and reinvestment zone has been established and meets all the requirements that have been agreed to prior. So it's present to you for review and approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions?
I would like to say I am glad to see them coming to Chambers County.
Give me both.
Yes.
For our energy
Yeah.
well-being.
Definitely shore up for our grid.
All right, any other questions, comments? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carried. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Aaron's in the meeting across the hall with me. Those, that were here on their taxes. So he'll be out with that. Okay, let's go 5.2, discuss, consider authorizing Anahuac Municipal Development District Fund addition, maintenance and upkeep of slip-proof decking to the Fort Anahuac Park splash pad. Mr. Gore, you taking it?
Again, is anybody here from AMD?
Yeah, they're here.
Would you like to come up in that?
Yes, before we go into that, we have the register that would like to present.
Well, come on. Yeah, but come on. Before you talk, you need your microphone.
She talks on you and your.
Yeah, she does.
Before we get to talking about the coding, we're here, the directors are here to present the court with our contribution to the splash pad with the amount of $250,000. So we would, if you will give us that opportunity to present that check to you now, is that possible?
Oh, heck, yeah.
This is one of our directors, Janice
Come on,
Darcy.
Y'all come on up.
Get out.
That answered the question I was gonna ask.
You'll have to ask it.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Tyler Shimani, this is the first picture with no mics hanging down.
No, we actually took one week or two ago.
Well, I'll say the first one.
Jimmy, there you go. Everybody scoot over a little bit in my picture. You're fine. That's perfect. Oh, I love that. Another thing, hey, it's not. I mean, face and hand.
Made him look better.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all so much. Well, addition to our.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
All right, now let's get into the agenda item on 5.2.
Okay, 5.2, we've been working with Miss Abernathy and AMDD on with a check for the splash pad and everything, and they brought up that they wanted to do a coating on the deck. And so I think y'all worked out an agreement where y'all are going to maintain it. If anything in the future happens to it, y'all will prepare the cost. It'd be no cost to the county. And it'd just be nicer for the facility out there.
This coating is going to be like a cool decking on the
Yes.
swimming pool. And I've got really good references about this company. And he guarantees it for 2 years. And of course, this is all on AMDD if this doesn't work. It's,
Yes.
you know, so you have to understand it's no cost to y'all at all. So it's guaranteed for 2 years. It's going to have to be recoated approximately every 5 years. But it decreases the heat on that cement for about 30%. And it also adds to the aesthetics of the place. It just brightens the whole splash pad area. So the directors felt like it would be a good addition. And they also have plans in the future to hopefully add to this project by maybe putting some canopy seating around it for the parents and what have you. But that's after they save some more money.
Oh, well, we appreciate that.
So would we do it?
So Judge, just making sure that the agreement is, the procurement of such materials gonna be done by this group. And Kirk and myself have been trying to figure out how all this is gonna work. But what I hear is they're taking the responsibility, they're gonna order the stuff. We oversee it, of course, and then if something happens down the road, I think they will come back and make the repairs, the needed funds for repairs. So it looks, again, we haven't talked to legal yet, just Kirk and I trying to work this out.
And we're thinking we probably will have an MOA, like we did for the splash pad, with, notarized signatures, releasing y'all from any responsibility, and
Yes,
that
ma'am.
AMDD will
Yes,
take
ma'am.
care of everything. And that, it would be a win-win,
Oh, and, I think it's great. It's just, we gotta do is make sure we do it legally.
No, I understand, and I don't know if y'all want to leave that to your discretion about making up the MOA, or if you want us to construct it. If you
Well,
want
you
us,
work with the county attorney to get that done,
okay,
if you don't mind.
no, that's great, okay, that'd be great,
Thank you, Annette.
okay, thanks.
So we want to table it and bring it back once you get MOA done, or you could, or we could approve it pending the MOA, or
We can approve it depending, upon the approval of the MOA.
that's your motion, and authorize me to sign it once it's
Yes, sir.
done. All right, motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions, comments? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you so much, Annette.
Thank y'all.
All right, back to. Discuss, consider funding the Travis County Volunteer Fire Department, have a motion and a second on the floor. And it's been held, Aaron, Commissioner Collins, question.
Yeah, Aaron, we've been taking a lot of things out of the O91 recently and looking at doing the expansion in Mont Bellevue, funding through that. I just want to make sure that an additional $380,000 a year there's enough funds there to take care of it without putting us in a bind.
No, sir, I think we'll be fine. We've got a pretty healthy fund balance and bringing in about 9 million a year. So I think you wanted the extra funding with the fire, I think it'd be good.
I just want you on record saying that.
Yes,
All right.
We thought you ran off. All right, I got a motion in a second. Any other questions, comments? Those in favor? All opposed, motion carries. Okay, we're done. Thank you, guys. Y'all go out and fight fires now.
Hey, thank y'all for what y'all do.
We do appreciate y'all.
Don't start any.
No.
Yeah.
I can't anyway. Thank y'all.
David?
Have a good day.
Take care, man.
Okay.
That item wasn't in the agenda.
No, it wasn't.
That item's not in the agenda package.
Not 10.1. You go from jump to 11.
Well, it's on the agenda.
Yeah.
So it's good. All right, 1.1, discuss, consider designating 2 elected officials as representatives and 2 elected officials as alternates to the 2023 Houston Galveston Area Council, General Assembly, and Board of Directors. Currently is Tommy Hammond, Representative, General Assembly and Delegate Board of Directors. Alternate, Mark Tice, alternate General Assembly, myself, and alternate General Assembly is Commissioner Gore.
I move we keep that same slate.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Oops.
Have fun. Already cut a deal on that.
Slow down a little.
Tommy, we appreciate you serving on those cases.
I got to do it on Zoom for a year.
All right, 2.1, discuss, consider setting a public hearing for the proposed 2022 tax rate on September 27th at 10 a.m. Auditor Aaron.
This is the proposed tax rate, this year, with 54 or 55 cents, going down to 49 cents. Which is below or right at the voter approval tax rate. We have to set the proposed tax rate, have a hearing next, to the 27th, and then that's when you adopt the tax rate.
I entertain a motion to set the public hearing.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 2.2, discuss, consider setting the 2023 elected official salary there.
This is the elected official salaries, 2,500 across the board, plus extra in fuel for a few of officials. We'll set the rate, so today, after you all approve, we'll send letters out to every official. They'll have 5 days to grieve, and if there's a grievance, then with another hearing goes along with it, but this is the setting those salaries.
And same 2,500 is proposed for employees, all employees.
All employees, yes, sir.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions, comments? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 2.3, discuss, consider setting public hearing for the 2023 budget on September 27th at 10 a.m. Aaron.
As part of that process to have the public hearing, we'll have the public hearing on 27th and adopt on the 27th, and we'll be done.
Move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, who's second? Commissioner Gore. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. All right, Road and Bridge 3.1, discuss and consider setting a public hearing, another public hearing, September 27th, 10 a.m. for the consideration of abandonment of a portion of second-class Jury View Road being a 0.1057 acre tract of land situated in the Henry Griffith A12 survey located south of FM 1942. Bobby?
Yes, as you well remember, if you've been apprised that we have multiple jury view roads that were set in the early 1900s by the court. And this is one of them. And years ago, the property was surveyed and the survey had enough snap to pick up on this jury view crossing this track. It is an easement, therefore, if it's abandoned, it goes to the property owners on either side at no cost. And it's the people that own it own both sides of it. So they're requesting we have a public hearing to abandon this small portion over it's on the south side of 1942, right about Hancomer Loop. I'm not Hancomer, Barber Loop Road. You know that little loop road, triangle shaped place. That's where it is. I don't have all the stuff in front of me on the computer, so I hope y'all do know where it is.
So all we're doing is setting a public hearing. I'll make a motion to set the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 3.2. Discuss and consider the removal of 2 signs located along Lawrence Road and Lakeview Drive and the intersection of Lawrence Road and FM 2354. Such signs are located within county, city right of way in accordance with chapter 393 of the Transportation Code.
So on this is
Sorry.
good morning, Judge and Commissioners. So this is coming back from the last court, and I'm a little bit confused by the statement you made earlier by Mr. Klingler considering the sign, because at the last court, he said he didn't own the signs. And now he's saying that we have to protect them so that he can gain possession of them back in perfect condition.
No.
Go ahead.
So anyway, I believe that we were, my recommendation is that we go ahead and move forward with removing these signs. We've been working on this for upwards of 3 years now, and going back and forth with the parties. Well, and the other thing is, it's on county, they are on county right away. That was the whole, situation. They're on the county and the city right away on the other roadway in Beach City area. Anyway, it's as talking with Billy last week, the large sign is an issue. Just because of the size of it, it was tied to electricity. I believe that it was, possibly unattached from the electricity. It's been unhooked, the hookup was taken down. So, but the thing is it's such a large sign for our guys to do this. We're going to damage it in taking it down. So, anyway, that's why there's another item on here to discuss after this. But I believe that we need to go ahead and take these down. It's a violation of our current ordinance. And so that's my recommendation.
You want to go to your attorney or you want to come to me?
Oh, if you're ready to make a motion,
Well, I have had a couple of conversations with Mr. Klingler. We've looked at possibly trying to move on to private property, but even if he could move on to private property, if they were willing, which they are not, the HOA regulations would prevent it from happening. So.
but he could move it on other private property.
It would have to be outside of of the airport. Cannot
We
be-
gave him the opportunity to move these himself.
But actually, he does claim he does not own them. I've had conversations with the HOA manager and also the guy that owns the facilities at the airport. What happened, when the park was built, Mr. Johnson put these signs up, or at least the big sign, I'm not so sure about the smaller one. He just put it up on county property. Nobody said anything or thought anything about it. He has since deceased, and Mr. Klingler just took the liberty of hanging his signs, on the structures, and they've been there. So the judge stepped out. I'll make a motion anyhow that we go ahead and move forward with the removal.
Motion by Commissioner Combs,
Second.
second by Commissioner Hammond. Any further? Nathan, would you like to comment on anything?
Just answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, anybody got any questions?
So we don't have to preserve the signs, so he doesn't claim to own them, so nobody owns them, so.
If he says
they're
he,
county
in the
property.
last court, he said he did not own them, so.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's reiterated that to me a couple of times, that he does not own them.
Commissioner Hammond, I will address that point. There's a statute that says exactly what you do with the signs. And if you follow the statute, it's fine, but you are authorized by law to go take them down and so-called confiscate the signs. I would recommend that you do that according to the statute, and then simply, if Mr. Klinger wants them, he can come get them. If he doesn't want them after a period of time, we sell them if they're worth anything, and if they're not worth anything, we just dispose of it.
So if he wants to claim them, he can pay for our
He can
time
come
and
get them.
labor that we spent removing them.
One thing I will make a note of and make sure we do, there are other signs, another sign on Lawrence Road that is also on county right of way. And so, we need to be uniformed about this and take the same action on those out there.
I agree with that.
Be consistent.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, the thing is, I'm sure there is an owner or somebody put those up, we didn't put them up, but the thing is that large one's going to be damaged. I think the statute is that, trying to preserve the signs so that they can be taken by the owner. The thing is, and like I said, there's another item. Well, I guess perhaps maybe we should go ahead and approve this portion, and then, this kind of goes in the next item as to how we would address that.
I entertain a motion.
We already got a motion.
Motion by
Oh, yeah.
Combs and Hammond.
All right, so 3.2, motion by Combs and Hammond. Any other questions, comments, those in favor? Opposed, motion carried. 3.3, discuss and consider options moving forward to move the two signs located along Lawrence Road and Lakeview Drive mentioned above.
Okay, so originally when I put this on here, we were under the impression that the electric was hooked up. We have not verified that it's been undone. And once, if that's the case, and we can simply saw the sign up and haul it off in pieces, it's not going to be an issue. Like I said, then I believe our road and bridge could do that. No?
According to Nathan, I know we have to pick it up as one piece and preserve it for a while.
That's the question.
No, you guys are authorized by law to remove the signs. If you so happen to damage it, you're protected by your immunities as a matter of law. So, my advice is, take care of it if you can, but if you can't, you need to get it out of your right of way.
Okay, I know the one on Lakeview could be just easy to take up and haul off. That big one, but that, I'm not sure, like I said, we're not sure about the electrical part of it and all the wiring and everything. And of course, we'd have to get maintenance involved, and I just soon to have somebody some personal sign people come remove that number, that big one, and just haul it to one of our yards or whatever.
Right, so that was basically discussion, and I agree with Bobby. It's just a matter of if we want to try to preserve it, then it's going to take a professional to do that, and we would have to gain quotes to go after that. So that's what this item is about, is to, I guess at this point, we've approved taking them down. We can, who's going to do it? We can either get quotes and bring it back to the court.
What I'd suggest is that Road and Bridge take the small sign down,
Right.
and let's get quotes for the other ones going through George.
Okay. We
All
can do
right,
that.
that'd be my motion, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tice. Question?
I don't agree with that at all. Need to go and tear signs down, put them in a dumpster and be done with it. It's been going on for 3 years. God don't want the signs.
I think the
I don't
issue there
understand why we're,
is it's so large, we don't really have the equipment to take it down.
Is it?
It's big, it's heavy.
Yeah,
Heavy.
I mean, we just don't have the equipment. We don't have the cranes to do that, and it needs a crane.
That's what I'm saying, the Grado can't hold it and just cut the legs off.
You don't care what it looks like, we get food. I know Road and Bridge take it down. Right. We got great, all we looked on that bait and built it, we cut it off the legs and cut it up, and took the carton and haul it off.
Get it done.
like the way you think, Bob.
Well, in that case, I'll take my motion back.
All right, I got motion and second rescinded. You got an alternative motion?
Yeah, take the signs down.
Yeah.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tice, take the signs down. Authorize Road and Bridge Department to take the signs down out of the county right away.
Yay.
Nathan, you go there.
I agree with that. Once the signs are removed, I would hold them with the sheriff's office for the 30 days. Give notice to Mr. Klinger that if he wants them, he can come get them. And if he doesn't want them after the 30 days, we dispose of them as either salvage or we sell them.
Or we can use the pipe if you need somewhere.
We'll do something. We'll try to be nice with it, but I can't get you.
Well, if you can't, you do what you do, and if you want it back in pieces or however.
We've offered that already.
Okay.
All right.
All right, got a motion and a second. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Nathan.
Welcome. Thank you.
All right, 3.4, discuss, consider releasing commercial development permit for project 2022-0182 new prior to having an approved maintenance declaration signed as the developer and HOA work on a maintenance agreement.
Okay, so this is Corey again. We've been working with this property. It's on the front part of Katie's Creek. These are the reserves on the front portion of them. The drainage for these parcels are within the subdivision. And when we asked for the drainage approval process to ensure that he had detention, the engineer of record provided drawings showing that his drainage detention was not within the property of the reserve. It was within the HOA itself. And so basically it had not been maintained in several years, and it would not meet the engineer of records requirements for holding the detention unless it was maintained to a certain level. So we asked for the engineer certification, certifying that it would meet, and the engineer of record required some maintenance be done prior to signing the agreement with the county. They went out and did that. And the last portion is the maintenance declaration that we have for all properties. And the maintenance declaration deals with his maintenance of that facility, and a little bit convoluted because it borders a reserve with the HOA subdivision. And so we've been working with both to come to a mutual agreement. He has an agreement with the well, I'm sorry, he has presented an agreement to the HOA. And I just want to say that Mark Tice, the county judge, and us have had several conversations with both parties, trying to work this out in a positive manner. That's a win-win for each party. Ultimately, I'm going to ask this item to be pulled because they have changed at the last minute. They came back and changed their agreement that they sent to the HOA before it was signed, and with a statement in there that they could withdraw from the agreement simply with a 30-day notice, which obviously is not what needs to happen.
Yeah.
So is what we would like to see is an agreement that allows for the HOA to maintain the drainage required for these commercial reserves. And all they do is pay in the maintenance portion or the HOA fees, the annual fees for each parcel, just like any other parcel or lot within the subdivision. And so that's essentially the agreement. And the only other aspect of this, I think Commissioner Combs had commented that there's actually 4 reserves there instead of just 3, and we need to offer the same benefit to all 4 reserves. And so I believe that we might get Nathan to basically oversee this process from a legal aspect and just make sure that we're going down this correctly with that agreement. But at this point, I would ask for that to be pulled so that that agreement that was submitted in the packet could end up being represented correctly before we bring it back.
So are these lots actually part of the subdivision?
They are a part of the subdivision, yes.
So what it reason I'm saying that, when you put it back on, will you add in there Katie's Creek to let folks know? It's kind of hard to realize. I know if you did some research, you can find out where.
I understand,
But add in
yes.
there at Katie's Creek subdivision.
Right.
So the public will know.
Yeah, these are our commercial lingo that we use, and we understand what it is, but you're right, yeah. The public does not understand that.
don't even understand what it is. I don't know.
Okay, we'll pull 3.4. 3.5, discuss and consider approving Chambers County FM 1409. Change order number 2, Texas Material Group, DBA Gulf Coast, in the amount of $176,865 for additional embankment.
So this is a design error by Dannenbaum, basically, that led to this, and it was determined in the field through the process of building the bridge that they needed this additional embankment. And we've gone back and forth. The contractor provided cross sections, and Larry Marr and his group have basically come back and acknowledged that there was an error and have arrived at this number as the appropriate amount that is due to Gulf Coast for the additional work that was required.
How much of a premium are we paying for getting it added on now versus what it would have been?
Actually, this is a little bit lower than I think the overall cost could have been higher. I think we got a little bit of a discount if I remember correctly. I know, Tommy, you've been at the last couple of meetings when this was discussed.
Yeah,
Do you have any?
they've negotiated that cubic yards down some.
Right, it could have been higher, so.
So you recommend approval?
Unfortunately, I do. Now, you know, I guess there's a question as discussing design, you know, situations, you know, whether or not there's an opportunity to go after Dannenbaum on this, because I know that's got to be floating in your minds a bit. And you know, that's something else I guess we need to discuss but ultimately, the thing is that Dannenbaum did change the drawings, and if it was in the bid originally, I think that we would have paid this amount in extra material because they didn't escalate the amount like what Billy was saying. If
That
we
was
had
my
to pay,
question. I
right.
mean, is it, if they had done, not had the error, we would have paid this in extra bid cost.
right. So my recommendation, I mean, in my experience, if the contractor comes back with a higher price and it cost you more than what it would have otherwise, then that difference could be charged back to the engineering consultant for the error. But in this situation, I don't think that was the case. So I think we would have paid it in the original bid
So we didn't
anyway.
pay any more for design.
No, Larry ate that in making those drawing changes. So.
That's a good thing.
Okay, that's a really good point. Because I mean, I don't want to have to pay an attorney to fight for it and then wind up talking more. And if this here is less, that's even better. I'll make a motion to approve it, Judge.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any other questions? For the record, Commissioner Tyson stepped out. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. It's 10:40. Let's take it now.
Thank you.
Hey, Tommy, the cookies outside.
They probably need.
All right, Suffolk County Commissioner Court come to order after recess, it's now 11:01 a.m. And we are going to, Beth, are you here on 3.8?
Yes.
All right, let's go to 3.8. Discuss, consider passing a no parking ordinance for FM 565 between 3180, FM 3180 and Airport Parkway.
Thanks, Chuck.
So Judge, this is related to I guess a request based on the issues that happened last year during one of the events out there at the racetrack. And we had a lot of parking that was, for whatever reason, out there on the roadway causing issues with visibility and safety. So I have we threw out this ordinance. And this would be a temporary ordinance just to be during the duration of the event. I have talked to TxDOT and they issued, or they have offered another opportunity, which would be a parade route form, which I have not received from them yet, but both of them essentially would be a temporary status to be able to give law enforcement the opportunity to enforce no parking on 565 during an event.
Can we kind of back up just a little bit? Judge, I apologize. This also goes with 3.7 also.
All right, let's put 3.7 on table 2, discuss consider closing Needle Point Road due to safety concerns in regards to music concert from October 29th to October 31st from 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. All right, so we can discuss both of them.
Yeah, okay, so for the big picture of this is for the Freaky Deaky concert. And it does draw quite a few visitors coming in. It's a 2-day event. It'll be held on a Saturday and a Sunday this year. And so Seth came to me, what he's going to do, he has worked a deal. He's going to open up the driveway from KTN coming from Kilgore Parkway, coming into the back of their facility. So they'll be feeding the parking lot from both the north and from the south this year, alleviating some of the congestion and traffic that we see on 565. And so with a part of shutting that down from, I think we're going to go from 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Saturday, 2 p.m. Saturday to 2 p.m. Sunday, to 2 a.m. Sunday, and then from 2 p.m. Sunday to 2 a.m. Monday morning. And as a part of that, we started looking at it and talking about the parking that is taking place on the side of the road and the danger that's getting us into. So that's where we started getting into the no parking. So it's a part of it, we wanted to do both of them. We want to close the road down, and we do want to pass the ordinance prohibiting parking during certain hours.
Right. And so talking to Bobby right now, TxDOT says there's not a public hearing that has to happen for signing its form necessarily, but certainly for closing a roadway, I believe that
We have to.
that should be through a public hearing.
Even a temporary closure?
Doesn't matter.
So, I mean, the event is the end of October, so we certainly have time to do this. If y'all give us permission to set the public hearing and come back on the 1st of October. And
So you want a public hearing on the 27th at 10 a.m.?
right.
We already have 4, so we might as well know.
Yeah, well, if we could do it for both 3.7 and 3.8, just to make sure our bases are covered.
Okay.
These will be temporary signs they'll be putting up. Who'll be putting, y'all be putting up signs?
Yeah, it'll be in conjunction with, the county has some assets they're gonna deploy, and then we're also will backfill that with additional signage as needed. And I'll just add, the stretch of road we're looking at closing, it's 1.5 miles, services 0 residential driveways. There's only one business that has that accesses that, for their driveway access into their business. And it's during non-peak hours on the weekend. And certainly we put the 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. 12-hour window. We think, as soon as we complete the event and get everyone out of there, we'll open it back up. Obviously well before 2 a.m., but I think 2 a.m. is a good window for us.
And the sheriff sit in with us on this, and I think he's in full support.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, there's a number of citizens that will probably want to come in support of the no parking. If we bring it to their attention that there's going to be a hearing, or they'll write the judge a letter or something, but
Yeah,
you know,
I feel like it'll get approved, so, I mean,
Yeah,
it
it's
sounds
only-
like everybody agrees.
and it's only that 2-day period for that no parking.
Judge,
It's just clearly a public safety issue. I mean, I can't even tell you when they start parking, especially if it's wet, they won't get off the roads. They won't pull into the ditches. And then they want to walk in the road because they can't walk in the ditches. I mean, and bottom line is there's parking for them. But it's not much different than the problems that you would have at NRG if they just let everybody park anywhere they wanted to at NRG Stadium instead of parking in the lots. So it's same issue.
Also, Seth have made arrangements with Coastal Water Authority that all emergency vehicles and staff entrance they will come down Needle Point. And they will be, the closing will be manned there at Kilgore Parkway. They will come down it, and then they will have stations, and they will be able to get out of the area quickly using Needle Point and crossing over Coastal Water Authority Canal into their site. Yeah, we discussed all that as far as emergency vehicles and things in our meeting, yes.
All right, I need a motion to set a public hearing on 3.7 and 3.8 on 10 a.m.
I will make a motion that we set public hearing on for the closure of Needle Point Road and also for no parking within the area surrounding the race park. Or areas surrounding the race park.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Collins, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any other discussion? Those in favor? I'm sorry, yeah, discussion, sorry. Back up,
So
Commissioner Hammond. go
why
ahead.
wouldn't a no parking ordinance just be permanent? So, I mean, they've had issues during race times and all that.
Well,
So
it's pretty difficult. TxDOT, I mean, actually Corey'd have to be the one speaking, but TxDOT, they're pretty careful about where they put permanent no parking. We would be all for it, what you're saying. I just don't know if TxDOT would be, so I refer to him.
The Corey's talking about.
Yeah.
So I can TxDOT, there again, these would be signs installed and maintained by the local. In this instance, it would be us. And so TxDOT definitely does not want any signs out there that are not want to be enforced continuously. So if like speed limits on the interstate, after people start ignoring signs for a period of time, it brings a general disobedience to all signs, and so same thing with no parking. If they don't, if they see people parking and it's not being enforced, then it would cause issue with other no parking areas in the general area. So they want to make sure that the sheriff's department would have enforcement out there regularly enforcing these issues. So it can happen, but they would want extra measures beyond us just wanting them out there.
right. What's your thought on that? So,
Well, I think, these parking issues are isolated to a select handful of events throughout the year. So I agree with this comment that, this is related to a few limited days throughout the entire calendar year. So I don't think permanent signs are necessary or needed.
okay, I agree.
All right, any other discussion or question?
None for me.
Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries 3.9. Thank you, Seth.
Thank you.
Success.
I want to see everybody out there.
I told Seth to give you free tickets, free day.
No, I'm not going.
Bobby Howell.
I'm not going to.
You want to
Thanks,
see out
Seth.
there fast? See you there.
Hey, come pick him up and thank you. 3.9, discuss and consider accepting Drake Fence and Deck quote in the amount of $7,850 to install a fence between the property owner and Kilgore Parkway drainage easement.
So this is on our Kilgore Parkway project. This is the drainage easement that ties from just to the west of 3180 from Kilgore up to Hackberry Gully. And so we have a 60-foot drainage easement that goes up there. It is through an existing whole property. And we need the ability to be able to fence this off. We had to tear down a fence to build the drainage structure through there. So the existing property owner has horses and cattle and different things that graze out there. And so we had asked him to gain some quotes for installing the fence out there. There is some question that I've talked to Billy a little bit about, that the easement, obviously, you know, a 60-foot section in there. I believe that it's possible that we should maybe do both sides of it. Because there is the original fence that was torn down on the edge of the property, and then we have the 60-foot drainage easement that basically we want to protect. And then I think at some point we would come to him with an agreement that would allow him to graze and essentially, which would establish basically maintenance out there, because it would keep us from having to mow it if it's grazed. But we would want an agreement that there's no harmless, a hold harmless for the county out there. Right. So, but to do that, we really need separation on both sides of this easement. So my recommendation, this 7850 is actually for one side. I would actually recommend we double that and go ahead and do both sides of this drainage easement with a 4-strand fence, which was what was there prior.
Yeah, one thing to note, the current landowner owns the fee simple title to the land, and the county has an easement for the drainage across it, which does leave him surface rights, to that. He is willing to transfer fee simple ownership to the county, provided he keep grazing rights on it.
That's a good point. Thank you, Billy.
There. Okay, entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve to put the fence on both sides.
I'll second. Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions? Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. 3.10, discuss and consider design and construction of the traffic signal at FM 1409 and Perry Gill intersection corner.
Okay, thank you, Judge. So this is on 1409 and where Perry Road and the new Gill Parkway comes on out to 565 from 1409 in that intersection. The city and school have been working on a traffic signal there on 565 by the new school that's being built down there. We have been discussing opportunities for the Perry and Gill location, just knowing that there's a lot of school traffic that utilize that route between the new school that's going to be on Gill Parkway and the existing schools on Eagle Drive and also on Perry. We looked at trying to do that through the existing contract, but it would cause some issues and be a long delay and pretty convoluted with TxDOT. So we have we have decided to go ahead and end that existing contract as soon as possible so that we could start acquiring reimbursements from TxDOT on the 1409 construction. But in the meantime, we also want to move forward with a traffic signal for this location. Actually saw an email this morning from TxDOT asking me a status from the area office because they're also gaining complaints on it. So I've already talked to the traffic office in Beaumont, which is above, works with all the signals. They're working with me on this. My proposal would be, and I've also talked to the contractor on Kilgore, which we're installing a traffic signal as a part of that project at 3180. So we already have contract prices and a contractor, a subcontractor, which is Third Coast, by the way. But Tommy, they have agreed to bring their A team. They are capable of doing high quality work. That TxDOT Beaumont is using them now for all of their signals. So I know we did have some issues on the 1409 job that they did.
An understatement.
Yeah, we brought that to their attention, to the owner's attention, and he's concerned about that and has assured us to have better service. But I've asked Gulf Coast if they would be amenable to doing a change order on that project to be able to piggyback on that to get this out here quicker. They are. And so, and I believe that I can work with TxDOT to get this signal designed and approved and get it to a change order if y'all so approve. Now, I understand that there will be money in the road and bridge budget if approved for next year. So is what I would like to do is if we get the change order would be that it happens, January 1st, essentially would be the payment on it. It's kind of what I want to talk to you about the process and just make sure that works out. Kind of like we do with vehicles and stuff like that, where once it gets approved, it's encumbered and approved. When we approve it to happen January 1st, instead of.
So what's the timeline for getting it designed and getting started? And do you have your?
I think I can, it's my understanding, well, the biggest issue I believe is on the controller box, which is back ordered because of the electronics and everything else. TxDOT said that they could loan me one they're not sure, but anyway, I'm trying to work out the details with TxDOT to get this thing out here quicker than what we originally had talked about. So I'm working on it, man.
So, if that could happen, if we could use 1409 phone.
That's what I'm saying.
Because we do have money set aside.
What I'm concerned about though is delaying the selling of the road to TxDOT and getting the takeover.
Right.
That was what we.
That is true. But
he's saying he could get it done faster. No.
That's a whole different issue because then you're getting back into another issue where Larry would have to, as the engineer of record, he'd have to do this, and then it would have to go through, the construction would have to go through Texas Sterling.
Okay.
And they would have to sub with the lights and the signals and all that stuff. And then it gets into a more convoluted process.
Okay.
So, it can be done that way. It's just, it gets a lot more complicated.
And then we don't start getting our reimbursement.
Right.
Until that's done, and we've budgeted the reimbursement.
Right.
From TxDOT.
And also we own the road if something else happens.
So we need to do it road and bridge funds again. Because we're gonna see more, we're gonna receive more in reimbursement than what we're putting out for the line.
Correct. Correct.
We certainly hope so.
Yeah, well, I think the minimum is $1 million a year.
Yeah, no, and I know we need that clock running.
Yeah. All right, so what do you want? What do you want from us? What do you want to do?
An approval of that process.
What's the cost?
$300,000.
$300,000, a max of $300,000.
We need our insurance. Where's that coming out of?
Don't worry about it, Bobby. Me and Aaron got to take care of.
That's scary. Or you give me an agreement that you never did sign.
Yeah, but it's verbal. My verbal agreement's good.
Yeah.
Sure.
Bobby, now you know how I feel.
All right.
I don't have any problem with that.
Okay.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
And the money's coming out road and bridge.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond,
Second,
second by Commissioner Combs.
money coming out road and bridge.
Yes, sir.
Coming out of Road and Bridge, if the budget gets approved next.
If y'all approve the budget.
But we approved to start the process. So.
All right.
All right, any other questions, comments, or none, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries.
Goes back to
3.6.
Oh, I missed that. 3.6, discuss and consider Bobby Hall's budget.
Unlimited.
3.6, discuss and consider accepting Southwind Section 1 and 2 roadways in the county maintenance.
We had a walkthrough. They made some changes on some signage and some additional items. Natalie, you want to comment? They made the
Morning, Natalie.
changes. I think everything's good. We'll let Natalie.
Yeah, so I've been working with Cobb Finley to try to get these up to standards. Y'all are familiar with the history. We were under the impression that City of Baytown would be taking over these roads, and now the law has changed and they're unable to do that. So we've been trying to work with them. We had a walkthrough. We addressed what items needed to be fixed before we considered accepting them into maintenance. They've already had over the 2-year mark, they've been in place. We verified with the road administrator, everything looks good. I mean, they've been working with us to have everything addressed. In my opinion, they're ready to be taken into maintenance.
Move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Those in favor?
All right.
Opposed, motion carries. Carl, John, we're getting through this as fast as we can, so we can get to y'all. All right, 5.1, discuss and consider submitting an application in the amount of 100,000 to the GLO CDBG local hazard mitigation plan program to assist with updating Chambers County hazard mitigation plan. Sam out there, or are you taking a run?
She's out there, but I can take it. I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
leap on it. Yeah, so this is a real good opportunity that we learned about at the legislative conference to help us do a really good thorough update to that plan. It's due every 5 years, so it's time to
If
get
you don't have
it.
the plan in place,
If you don't have the plan in place and input from different cities and jurisdictions then you may not be eligible for funding through various hazard.
yeah, no, you're right,
I didn't see her.
yeah, that's what I want.
I was being too nice.
You
You're
will
not
not be eligible.
We're not
for it.
eligible for HMGP, and we have 2 applications in totaling about $10 million to HMGP right now. For Cotton and Hackberry, and then also a generator project. So we need to get this updated. And then also the BRIC program, which we participated in yet. Also the BRIC program, which we've not participated in yet, but I am looking at right now to see if it'll be a fit for any other projects we have.
This is coming out of your,
My office, there's no match, 100% grant through GLO. And I talked to Ms. LeGrone at the CAP conference, and she seemed really positive. She told us to ask for the full 100,000. And not worry about getting quotes right now, and then use what we needed and don't use what we don't need, because it is a reimbursement.
So it's a grant to update the
Yes.
HMG.
Yeah, we have-
And we only get what we spend, right? We can spend up to $100,000.
Yes, yes. And so we did get a quote from HGC. They used to fund.
Hang on a minute, I got a motion on the floor. Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Gore. Go ahead.
So HGC used to fund, in this program, they would fund the update of these documents. They no longer fund it. They'll still do the work minus the public engagement. Their quote for that was 50,000. I think Ryan and I had talked about maybe looking at just getting a quote from somebody else to see if they would do the public engagement within that $100,000 framework. Just because that is the labor intensive, and we've got so much on our plates already.
All right, got a motion second. No other questions, those in favor?
All right.
Opposed, motion carries 5-3. Discuss consider issuing request for proposal from grant management professionals for the administration of the CDBG mitigation allocation.
So I'll go ahead and talk about this one in the next item. This is the same thing. As you guys are well aware, we are going to be receiving $14.9 million through the method of distribution via HDC from GLO. It's very long snake before it gets to us, but that should be happening here in the next couple of months. We do have to submit an application to be approved. The funds are already to submit an application to ensure that it meets the program guidelines. I believe that we're likely looking at least 2 projects with these funds, based on the amount, but we do need to hire those professional services sooner rather than later. The application is due January 29th. As much time as I can have to think about it and work with this team, the better off we're going to be getting more well-rounded our application process.
So what are you asking us to do now?
Just approve me to go out for RFQ for engineer, and the next item would be RFP for grant administrator.
Okay.
I don't know that I legally have to come to court and ask for that stuff, but I like to, because I think it's, in the spirit of transparency, it's better for everybody if I do. And I like for you guys to know what I have going on with my projects anyway, so.
Second. I think you have to, or you need to. So it's
Good.
Because we have to give you.
Right.
Yes, so I always try, I do anyway.
All right, who, Combs and Hammond?
Yeah.
For transparency.
All right, motion second, the questions, those in favor, opposed, motion carries 5-4. Discuss, consider issuing request for qualifications for architecture, engineering professionals for CDBG mitigation allocation.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Collins. They're getting hungry. We're moving on.
Yeah.
Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries 5-5. Discuss, consider approving agreement with TxDOT for routine airport maintenance program grant in the amount of 100,000 for Anahuac Airport FY 23.
Same standard, the next,
Yep.
this one and the next. are exactly what
Motion
they
by
want.
Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Those in
Yeah,
favor?
I'd like to make a comment,
Go
if I
ahead.
could. I have discussed with Sam and also with the airport crews that we have about RWJ Air Park. We talked to TxDOT. You know, RWJ sees more traffic and probably serves more people in Chambers County than these other two airports combined. And I don't think anybody has taken me serious. I haven't really gotten much support out of our staff to doing that. And I think we need to crank that up. They are willing to give those facilities to the county. We can put them on the TxDOT. There is some question and some concern about having 3 airports. City of Baytown is willing to take it as municipal airport with the support of an interlocal agreement with the county. But I just want our staff to take me serious, and we need to work on this and see if there's a way to make it work instead of finding a way it won't work.
Do you want me to spearhead that? I mean, it's not really my role since I'm not the airport director, but I can spearhead it if you want me to.
I'd like for you to work with him, and I'd like for our airport director to listen to me and to take it serious.
Okay. All right, those in favor?
right.
Opposed, motion carries 5-6. Discuss, consider approving agreement with TxDOT for the routine airport maintenance program grant amount of 100,000 for the Winnie Airport.
Is this the other one? The first one was for Anahuac, this one's for Winnie.
Motion by Commissioner Gore. Second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor?
Sorry, I'm
Opposed,
choking down over here.
motion carries. 5.7, discuss, consider approving selection of contractor for construction of landfill sale.
So I sent this to you this morning, and I do apologize. I didn't get it to you yesterday. I was dealing with some other stuff, but we had one bidder yesterday, Longhorn Excavators. They were about $500,000 over budget. However, I don't think we're actually going to be that, because what I understand is that their bid included transporting material in from offsite, and that is, they will not have to do that. So our bid will likely be about $1 million. Our costs will be likely about $1 million less than what their bid was. In the complete bid documents that I sent you, if you look in that proposal, it does show with material transported offsite and then not offsite, and that difference is about $1 million. So I think I talked to Debbie. She said these people have done work at the facility next to ours. They've done work in I think it's Port Arthur.
All correct, yes, and vetted out to, if y'all want to accept them, they're good.
Yeah, I think we feel comfortable. I haven't had a chance to speak
And
with
again,
you.
worst case scenario would have been the 2.9 million and change, and you were 300,000 or 400,000 short, but they're assuring us that, hey, they won't need that because of the dirt we have. Yeah.
Yes, so if George feels comfortable, then I feel comfortable.
So moved. Second. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries.
Yay.
5.8, we've already done. 5.9, Parks and Recreation.
Thanks, guys.
6-1. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Sam.
Discuss, consider voting regulations, voting rules and regulations, no wake zone, Commissioner Hammond.
So myself and Commissioner Gore had kind of worked on this a little bit, but I took the lead on it and got, did a little research with some help from the clerk's office. So, but anyway, we got the wording right. I ran it through our sheriff's office, Marine Division, so they signed off on it, and Miss Ashley signed off on it.
So you making a motion?
Yes, I'm making a motion.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Good job. Thank you.
Man, so you vote there.
7.1, discuss and consider 10,000 compensation Donald Delt gravel required to provide ingress and egress for Entergy's electrical easement on the right of way donated by Donald Delt for Entergy to supply electricity to the Cook Road baseball fields. Mike,
That was a lot of words, wasn't it?
it was, can you shorten those agenda?
So this is, we've been dealing with Entergy to get power to the new ballparks. And they initially wanted to come all the way around down Cook Road and actually take the one phase down and put up a three phase, which was going to cost us a lot of money. We came up with this other route that goes through Donald Delk's property. And he wants to see the ballparks there and all that. So he's come to an agreement with Entergy to donate the easement to them. He came to us wanting, well, he went to Entergy first, wanting a road down through there. Entergy told them that they were gonna mat it and that they didn't need to put a road on there. So he came to us. We came to an agreement to donate, I guess, $10,000 so he could put his own gravel down through there, and then everybody would be happy. Just
So-
let,
Yeah, if we didn't do this, I mean, this project over budget, it'd been way over budget. So
Oh, yeah.
I make a motion to approve it, good. Second, and this is
Motion by Commissioner Gord,
saving us a ton.
second by Commissioner Tice.
Got a question.
Go ahead.
What you gonna do with that $10,000 road? You want us to take it over later?
No,
it's just gravel.
just rock.
All it is
We
gravel.
got a bunch of lots there off the side, one side of that thing.
Okay, well, he's not building it to any specs, so I mean, unless he comes back in there and builds it to 80,000 pounds.
Is he building or we building?
All we're doing is providing material.
All we're doing is,
Basically purchasing a right of way for $10,000 for Entergy.
Yeah,
no, we aren't.
Well,
Not
no, it's
purchasing a right of
basically,
way.
I mean, that's basically what we're,
No,
okay, never mind.
we're not purchasing a right of way.
Gives
Entergy is dealing with him for the right of way. We just said, hey, he said he needed some gravel because he thought sooner or later they were gonna want to bring trucks down through there to work on those power lines.
The bottom line is, it's either $100,000 or $10,000.
right,
Which one you gonna spend?
yeah,
So, yeah.
it gets powers.
I'm telling you, just this line, I'm gonna tell you, just to get power from the warehouse, from our warehouse to animal control cost me almost $30,000. So we're getting a great deal here for a little bit of gravel.
Yeah, the interview's going for nothing.
I got a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Good job, Mike.
Yes, sir.
7.2, discuss and consider approving HKR Ranches bid to build Parks Department storage building, the amount of $141,196.56.
I think we're gonna pull this one right now, table it.
I mean, we're gonna table Aaron. I spoke to Aaron this morning. The budget is not correct and we're way off whack, but we're gonna get together and bring it back next month with the correct monies.
Okay.
That'd be good.
I think we got the money, we just didn't get it.
It got moved somewhere.
Anyway, Sam was part of this too.
Is this
Samantha
the American
was.
Rescue? No,
Samantha was supposed to be a part of this. She was getting money from somewhere.
I don't know, Bill.
Well, maybe an American Rescue.
Maybe.
All right, regardless, we're
There's
gonna,
a piece that's coming from there, yes.
but we're gonna table it. So. All right. You got a question on?
Well, I think the rescue money come in with building the building at White Fork.
yeah, where's this building?
This is on Airport Road.
Equipment storage.
Equipment storage.
Yeah, this is on Airport Road,
They have nowhere. to
back
go.
behind their building.
All right, tabled 7.3, discuss, consider approving on construction bid to renovate the public health building on Donald Street, in the amount of $194,649.
Finally got this one through. You know, we've taken it, come to find out it had mold in it and everything else, so we've got all that out, and we're ready to rock and roll. I approve,
Recommend approval.
yes.
Is this the one we're leasing?
No, we
Back-
bought it.
Well,
We're leasing it back.
We're gonna lease it back though. We purchased, they're leasing it back. We're just, no, we're the landlords. Okay.
So,
All right.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. 7.4, discuss and consider cost to provide RV space for Spindletop Center Mobile Clinic. Commissioner Gore.
The sheriff and I had worked on this here to get a mobile mental health van clinic. Mobile health clinic to come to Anahuac. I think you're gonna start off with 1 day a week, Sheriff. I mean,
That's the intent, 1 day a week.
and I mean, y'all went over it yesterday, I think.
Yeah, we met with him yesterday and
You
discussed.
met with him
it.
yesterday, if you wanna elaborate. a little
I think it's a
more.
great deal. We don't have anything in the county.
It's great.
It's Spindletop is providing it since there's no cost to the county. They have 2 mobile clinics. They're very nice and they're for mental health. They're specifically designed for mental health. They were purchased through grants from the Moody Foundation. And we don't really have any psychiatric or mental health facilities here in the county, so they would like to provide that service. Start with 1 day a week, and they just need a place to hook up. It's a typical, it looks like a large motorhome, kind of a bus style motorhome that has 2 clinical exam rooms for psychiatric. Most of it's going to be done virtual. So we'll have a nurse and a local qualified mental health professional in it. But the psychiatric and the psychiatrist will be done interactive. on
And they're
Zoom.
doing this in Hardin County, and it's working well.
Yeah, I mean,
Sounds like a
So this will be set up here by.
Here,
by-
we're wanting to put it over at the health department or the airport, somewhere over there where, and they want it to be relatively private. They don't want it in the parking lot for people that are,
So then our patients will go into the van and then they will be communicating with
psychiatrists.
via a internet connection.
Correct.
So on this, I don't see anything about running cable or anything to the van or hooking up internet to it.
So I think what the only requirement they were wanting from us was electricity and possibly sewer if they could get it. Not nearly as, but for sure electricity and potentially water.
we have,
That's what I understood.
So
we have that over there. I spoke with Mike. Trailers to be for the game warden and the deputy's trailer. We're looking at Mike got.
We have FEMA trailers over there.
To pull a pad and everything over there. And speaking with the judge and the sheriff on this here, I mean, this is great. And once we build the justice center, I mean, we'll have room, a facility that they could possibly use more days a week and not have to bring in mobile command unit over here. So I mean, we're looking to the future to help our citizens.
I know it's needed, big time.
Mike, did you have something?
the only thing that I'm concerned of at the location that I brought up is how much parking are we gonna need? Because
You won't need much, because they'll be bringing the unit. Now, I will say this, Mike, in fact, Amber, one of the supervisors at Spindletop, so they're just now learning how to operate this RV. So it needs to be pretty easy for them to, I would say, a pull in and pull out, not trying to back up a 40-foot motorhome.
Well, my plan was to put it over there where we had the trailer for the sheriff's deputies. That's all grass right now, so. And I went over there and drove my truck. It was a little damp, but it wasn't that bad. But it's not the very best in the world. Now, worst comes to worst, we got plenty of locations at White's Park temporarily until we can get whatever we need. My problem with putting it anywhere near health services is the power part of it.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say they would take anything. So White Park with it, they were hoping obviously to be as close to the health department, WIC services, so that the people that don't have the money to go into Houston or Baytown or Beaumont for psychiatric services, they'll know where the WIC building is, they know where the health department is, so.
I'm just bringing this up that you could talk to them at White's Park. We could set them up in an RV and they would have parking. I mean, it might be a little nicer
Right.
than what we're planning to build them, right now as far as parking goes.
Mike,
Now,
what I heard yesterday is they don't have, because it's a RV, they can't have one patient at a time in there.
okay,
So
okay.
parking's not gonna be,
Okay.
parking's not a problem.
I was just bringing that up.
No, thank you.
And this is definitely 091.
All right, so we're asking for a 36,000 estimated $37,000 to
Yes,
get this ready to put the RV in.
yes.
So Mike, can we put some rock down to make it to where they don't potentially? get
Sure, we
stuck?
could. I didn't, this came up real quickly, so the cost came up pretty quickly too. So, you know, somebody made $30,000.
You got it. What?
It's not much gravel anyway.
Yeah, it's clearly should be 091. It's health.
Oh,
It's
definitely.
health related.
And if
So
you
we
wanna
can,
approve,
we can take
if
care
you
of it.
wanna approve
You we can fix it, road bridge can fix it.
some extra for material, that's fine too. I mean, and the item just says RV space, so,
Up to 50,000.
okay, that's your motion?
Yes.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? And that's to come out of 091, definitely.
I mean, y'all busy on that end today.
7.5, discuss, consider awarding bid to N&T Construction for temporary women's dormitory. We need to take that to executive session discussion with the attorney. 7.6, discuss, consider using GMJ. Paul Griffith as consultant for Justice Center project. You know, currently he is working with us on the women's facility. We need him on the other project now. We don't need to wait till after we bid it out and then try to value engineer it. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions?
When are we gonna get an update from our architect and everything on that?
I thought we were gonna get that today.
We're gonna
Meeting
discuss
next.
that executive session with the attorney, so.
Thank you, sir.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 11.1, discuss, consider accepting Crystal Communications quote for the purchase of new microwave links to provide dedicated wireless Ethernet connections to the in the amount of 19,118. Good morning, Quentin.
Morning, sir. Morning,
It's
Commissioners.
a big microwave, all I know.
It's a big microwave. This could have been under the consent agenda. It was my mistake, submitting it to Lauren that way. It was a capital project approved for 2022. Anyway, just trying to get that cleared to move forward with it.
We're getting hungry. I tell you, when I get hungry, it goes fast. Motion by Commissioner Combs,
I
second by
apologize, sir.
Commissioner Todd.
Putting on the regular agenda.
Any questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 11.2, discuss, consider accepting STV Communications quote for the installation of new microwave links to provide dedicated wireless Ethernet connections in the amount of $5,265.
Move for approval.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tice. It's the easiest you ever had.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 13.1, discuss it. You got a question? I'm sorry.
No, never mind. Go ahead.
About to call you Gary.
13.1, discuss, consider authorizing the installation of the Windy Airport Pilot Lounge Road Base from Cowboy Asphalt amount of 19,365.
This is coming out of grant money. We have, we're putting a little pilot's lounge out at the Winnie Airport. This is just the dirt work and groundwork for that. We have already ordered the building that's going to go on that site. So we need to go ahead and get the site work done and be ready for when they bring the building in.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice.
And this is a 50/50 grant. We clicked on.
That's the rent grant.
Yeah.
Any questions, comments?
Actually, we're using the money that we had for last year, and one of the other places here, y'all have approved for next year's money, which takes effect in a couple of months. So we're trying to get this rocking and rolling. So we use the money from last year.
Thank you very much.
Those in favor?
Yeah,
Opposed, motion carried. 17.1, discuss and consider interlocal agreement between Travis County, Galveston County for inmate housing care.
So Judge, this is a contract we've needed for about the last 4 years. Ultimately, we got it started and it got hung up in Galveston County Commissioner's Court. But we continued, the sheriff and I continued to do it without a contract. And when his commissioners found out he was only charging us $25 a day per inmate, then they decided
You ready for a contract?
They decided to get a contract.
Yeah. He got a pretty good raise there, didn't he? 44.59.
So we definitely needed approved. They're not taking our inmates because they have the same problem we do. They're full. But they are still helping us with potentially pregnant inmates and stuff like that. So it's badly needed.
Move for second.
Motion by Mr. Gore, second by Mr. Combs. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 18.1, discuss and consider mosquito control part-time salary breakdown. Commissioner Hammond.
I just threw this up here on the wall, see what sticks. So, yeah, I don't know. So, Lawrence and James both brought this to my attention. So the problem is the part-time guys. I'm probably not gonna explain this right. I wish one of them be here. So the part-time guys
Being there, I'll try to help you.
county that go work overtime at mosquito control. Wind up making way less money than what their hourly rate normally would be.
I know we discussed this multiple times. I don't have a problem with it. I'll make a motion to approve it. I mean,
I agree.
Wait. Motion, you want second?
Yes, sir.
Now you can agree.
Aaron, I mean, we got the funds to cover this.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice.
So James and Lawrence both say they had the money in their budget to do that with.
Yeah. that's what we
So you want to make that effective today, Commissioner?
I do.
And your second?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, okay. To go with the recommendation that's before the court, it's a motion.
Yeah, because what they were paying, I mean, I'm surprised they got in on it.
I'm surprised they showed up.
Well, they didn't. That's.
They didn't show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not showing up because it's not worth them driving over here to go to work.
Billy the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
There you go.
So currently, we're $7.25, overtime $10.78, would increase to $9.50 an hour. And overtime $14.25, and that's for county employees that are doubling up and spraying mosquitoes.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
All right, got a motion second. Any questions, comments, those in favor?
Aaron got some.
Well, Aaron, go
Yeah,
ahead.
just one thing on the, just making sure this current part-time employees $10, would like to increase the position as well. Are y'all agreeing to that also?
They approved what was presented.
Yes.
Now go find the money.
They got the money.
Don't run back. now.
Yeah.
Bucky's is paying 15.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, yeah.
And you know, I drive around a truck all night.
And then walk around in there.
All right, we're down to consent. There's one item we need to go ahead and vote on. It's number 33, 1933. Approve imposition of the optional fee for calendar year 2023 with TxDOT Department of Motor Vehicles. We normally stay the same. That's one of the options. And I'd ask Lauren to get currently what we're charging extra. And I know we charge the road and bridge fee. And I think maybe that child safety fee there. But option A is no change. This county will charge the same fee in 2023.
So moved.
Which one was that?
That's number 33. Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. It's a motor vehicle fee, Mike. All right, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Okay, precinct 1 on the consent.
I'm good, John.
Precinct 3.
Billy, was you good with 5?
Yeah, I spoke with her yesterday and I'm good.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, 4.
Sam, I'll let Sam get out of here. I just had a couple of questions for her. on her report on page 627, talking about the Texas Water Development Board grant. And she's something about, she had a draft sent to CCID #1. Are we partnering with CCID #1 on that also? I talked to her
Yeah,
yesterday.
I
I
mean,
just
I know we're
forgot
doing
that.
something with them, but I
Yeah,
can't
I
recall what
wasn't
it
really
is.
sure what it was.
I reached out and they wanted to partner with us, but I don't know where that went.
Okay. And
So apparently they're working on it.
yeah, I mean, it's not a deal killer. I was just curious. I talked to her yesterday. I usually do that, but I forgot to ask that question. And the only other thing I wanted to point out is, we continue to say we're not going to roll over vacations, but we keep doing it. So,
Well, policy says we can roll over 40 hours. We never did change policy.
okay.
So if you want to change it, we need to get Chelsea to put it on the agenda for a change.
Yeah.
So if you
I
want
mean,
to talk
that's a good point. I mean, we've talked about it a bunch of times. We just never done anything. That's all I got, Judge.
Fine, entertain motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Todd, second by Commissioner Gore. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. It's 11:52 a.m. We'll go to executive session. We had one item. Consultation with attorney. That was 7.5. And then we also have personal issues and sell or purchase of real property and extension of FMLA leave. So 11:52, we will recess to executive session. All right, court coming to order after executive session. It's 1:24 PM. We're gonna go back to 3.4. Just consider releasing commercial development permit project 2022-0182 common new prior having approved same declaration signed. As developer and HOK working on maintenance agreement. That agreement has been signed and notarized today after we finished court, went to executive session. So would like to revisit it. Corey, Mark, when you. Go ahead.
So yes, I was met after court or, in the recess point by the HOA president. He acknowledged that
William Huddleston.
William Huddleston, that he had had the agreement, that there had been a potential 30-day removal clause in there, but it had been removed. Also talked with Coleman Blaylock, which is the owner of the development, and he acknowledged that that was not an intent in there. He didn't know even how it got in there. They both acknowledged that it was gone, and they both wished to enter into the agreement ASAP and actually sign the agreement during the recess. And so that contract between the developer and the HOA is now in place. And so with that, if
So
I-
Corey,
yes,
I gotta ask, that is an agreement between the HOA and the developer that still owns 3 of the lots.
that is correct.
And the subdivision was engineered and designed to have on-site detention, everything including the commercial reserves.
Correct.
So doesn't affect us. Why do we need action? I mean, what?
don't.
Well, so the action was for the maintenance declaration. So the maintenance declaration is tied to their agreement because Coleman's or the commercial reserves drainage is not within their property. So the maintenance declaration that's now required by the state of Texas, it's not a county declaration, it's a state of Texas requirement for anyone in an MS4 area, which covers this area. And so Coleman couldn't sign the maintenance declaration for his development because he wasn't able to maintain something not on his physical property. It's the HOA's easements that has to be maintained. So the HOA had to do that, but the HOA said, well, look, we don't want to be taking on the responsibility unless you're paying into the system. And so we were trying to accommodate the situation to where even though that he's a part of the HOA, he's getting the benefit of the overall drainage for his detention. He doesn't have to have detention on site. It's in the HOA. And then he's just participating his portion like all the other lots in the subdivision so that the HOA can maintain that overall
So it helps
drainage.
the whole subdivision.
It does help the
But
whole
what
subdivision.
about the other lot that?
Well, so the same thing. So it would be their option if they want to have on-site drainage, they can detain on.
Because that was a part of the original plan, is to
Right.
have on site.
So,
But
but
this is really a maintenance contract?
sort of, yes.
Between-
And so the contract that was signed was an agreement for them to pay HOA dues for the maintenance declaration
Right.
portion. So the thing is, if the other reserve doesn't want to do that, that's fine, then they would just have to build on-site detention pond prior to releasing into the system, and then they could just maintain that detention pond.
Okay.
Okay, motion.
So moved.
Entertain second.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dyce, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any other questions or comments? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Corey, coming back up here.
Welcome. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you, Corey.
7.5, discuss consider awarding bid to NNP Construction temporary women's dormitory.
I'll move to reject the bid from N&T Construction,
Reject all bids.
reject all bids, go back, value engineer, and go back out for bid again.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions, comments? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay, only other motion we need is on 20.3, the extension of the memorial.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Combs. Questions? Opposed, motion carries. I think it's it. And the further come forward, court 129, that would be Ian.